Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I'm your host, Down the Crypto TA. It is Wednesday. Got one more day to go in this market, and it will be closed. Okay, on Friday we will not. Traditional markets will not be open anyway. Bitcoin, is always open. So, all right. So, what's the dealie here? All right, I put a couple of tweets out yesterday expressing where I had some interest at here in the market. Now I'm currently in a short position based on a swing failure pattern here. I've already taken profits one time. I'm trying to get to the next level, which is going to be somewhere right about this trend line right here. If we can get there, it's basically going to be the golden pocket. I'm going to see what happens from that point. I also took the short from here. I posted that yesterday that I entered into the short position from over here. I got stopped out, of course, and so I'm in a new short. I took the short from here as well. This was where we had our golden pocket 786 located at. We got to the golden pocket. We didn't get to the 786. I took the short here, and we got a quick drop down right there. So been doing pretty good in here. We know about the one yesterday in here where I was trying to take the short at, and I told you I would try it again here at the 786 golden pocket. So did have one fill. Still holding the long position that was taken from down here at the low here. Still holding that long position right now. All right, so let's just get into the situation at hand. All right, so yesterday, my last tweet yesterday actually was me letting you know what your market structure is looking like on the chart. So I give you this post right here. This is just a line bias right here. So you can see if you connect that point to that point right here and you run it up, you're going to see how your wicks are hitting into this area right here. So lots of reasons right here to think that this would hold as resistance, but we're going to talk about that too. So that this again, your line bias here for what the structure looks like inside of that parallel channel, and then a couple of the other situations in here. We know about this one right here because we talked about this one, and that absolutely played out. All right, so here you have it with the wicks on it, so you can see right through here. When I turn it on for the wick, you can see how we have been rejecting around this upper trend line. So like a back test of the breakdown of the larger ascending wedge or bear flag, you can say. Right now, at least that's what it looks like. It looks like a bear flag, right? So this also looks like a bear flag, but I'm not really certain on this playing out. All we can do is hope for it if you're bearish, but I cannot guarantee that this is actually going to play out with the nuke to the downside like we got with this one right here, where we got this nice push to the downside, because we did actually push up through here, and then we saw a little bit of a rejection. So off of this trend line right here, the top line right here is the one you're going to see that I actually took the short from. There was another play in here too. There was a long setup in here, not the one that I was looking for, actually. So I don't know when price is going to get to the top side of the trend line. I don't know that, but I did share that yesterday that this is what I was going to be looking for. I was going to be looking for price to come up to this trend line right here. And if we get the reaction, then I'm going to show some interest in taking a short on it. Okay. And that's what I did. But it didn't happen from this point right here because it took time. We were inside of a range from a 1 hour time frame, the top to the bottom here is the mother bar. And we did run the liquidity off of the top side of that right there. And yeah, so you can see what I'm doing in here. All right, so there was this scenario right here. This one right here could still play out, and then of course the one for the bottom side of the trend line right here that could play out. So it's the same formation that you were seeing on that 4 hour time frame. It's exactly this right here, and we actually caught this together yesterday. We caught the top trend line at least. The lower trend line, I had to think for a second on how I really wanted to do that because I was confused about it being a megaphone pattern. That's what I kept saying yesterday. It looks like we got a megaphone pattern on the chart, but it turned out it wasn't a megaphone pattern. It's exactly what you just saw me put in there. And then the other situation is this right here. So this was prior, right? So this is where I posted that I had took the, well, actually didn't post this chart until after the fact. So it was like an hour later I posted the chart, but I had posted I had entered into the short position. It was based on us taking the liquidity from this top right here. And then you can see this marker right here. Price action didn't meet with this at that time, and it's that same entry that I'm talking about now that we never hit, this one right here. We never hit this one, but we did hit our marker right here, and then that was that last bounce we got before breaking the top side of that pattern formation and getting the swing failure pattern. It was this one right here. So you were able to get in on a long position right here. Stellar, stellar, stellar. All right. Let's take a look at that. That was this right here. That was this exact move right here. Because I was mentioning to you about the bullish divergence. If you read that up there, I said possible bullish divergence could start to form. And we got the bull div on this drop right here into none other than our momentum zone right here. Watching this one now. So as we come down here, uh-oh, don't want to do that, honey. I'm already think they're gonna come back and get me. So gonna be watching that as we come down into here towards this trend line right here. Like I said, that's let's see. Yeah, it could be golden pocket. Like it could chop and get into here. So I'm hoping it does because my next TP is set for here, and then the rest of it is just sit in here. So it's not a big trade for me. It's not a huge short position. It's a small short position because I have some doubts, and I'm gonna keep it that way until I feel confident in what I'm seeing in the chart. So right now, I do have some doubts about how low we're probably going to go, and about how high we're probably going to go. I have some doubts. So that's basically looking at the golden pocket, and the full field is going to be down here at the 786 right here. All right. So that's what I'm looking for there. This is the same thing that we didn't hit right here that I was talking about there. So just watching for that right now, you can see how we did not. It just depends on what chart you was using. Here on the Binance chart, it actually did not tap into the golden pocket. I think if you was using like the blowfin chart, it actually did tap into the golden pocket. Not sure, but I use the Binance chart for my confirmation. And it seems that we did not um, tap into the golden pocket. So I'm just sticking with that. This is the entry right here. So currently up on that short position right here. So sometimes I won't be able to give you, especially when it comes to stuff like this. I can't give it to you exactly, but I can tell you what my idea is, and you can trade that idea. So please be sure you follow me on X at Down to Crypto TA. Everything I say and do is free to you. It's free to you. It's free. So we make it work. Okay. Let's move over to the 4 hour time frame. Take a look at the situation right here. This is what we have right here. So this is the situation right here, and you can see how we did get that push up through the channel trend line right here. Also, all of the lines in here, we got that push up, and this is exactly how I posted it on it. Except I used the blow fan chart. I used this chart right here instead. This is our current situation right here. I need to move this now. I'm just gonna lock that and move this up here. I'm just gonna set it up here on this one. What I really want, I tell you the truth, I tell you what I really want is I want this liquidity down here. I want the cluster of liquidity that we have sitting down here. The liquidity there, liquidity there, liquidity there. That's what I want, but I can't make it give it to us. I cannot make it give it to us. I just know that is what I would really like to see. So we'll see how this is gonna go in here, whether or not we're gonna get a decent rejection in here or not. I can tell you right here on the 4 hour time frame, one thing we did do in here is that we at least in this area right here, we're no longer putting in bearish divergence because right here we put in the bear div and here we put in the bear div as well. I would have to reach all the way back here to call it my bearish divergence, and I don't want to do that. But you know how I love when this comes together and then you see price action hit a key area, man, it's powerful, I'm telling you. I absolutely adore this. Same thing happened over there on the 1 hour on the 15-minute time frame as well, and I started to just go with that instead, make my entry a lot better, but I didn't do it, I didn't do it. I didn't do it, but I figured it was gonna happen, though. I figured we were gonna get up there, and, we got pretty extended getting back above that. Actually, we didn't even get back above that, 76, I believe it was, on the 15-minute time frame. So that was a little bit of a bearish divergence there on the 15-minute time frame. This is where we are. So, if we push through here, I already said I know what I'm looking for. It's gonna be this right here. If we do break through here, um, which doesn't seem. I mean, we can do it. I'm just not feeling it. I'm really not feeling it. Okay, but we can most certainly get her done. We can most certainly get her done. We're still holding. Everything down here still tells me to and I have not added to the long or taken a new long just yet. I'm waiting, but everything down here tells me that we're gonna continue to hold. That's just what it's telling me. We're gonna continue to hold right now. Yesterday I was not so certain on this because we kept putting in the bear deals, but today I'm feeling a little bit different. All right, let's push over here to the daily time frame. Take a look at that daily time frame over here. All right, so our point of control, remember our point of control had pushed up here to this section right here. It is not up there anymore. So we have a lowercase B shape. That's what I'm going to say it is. Anyway, at this point, I'm looking at a lowercase B shape uh, fixed volume range, and we're looking to go up. We're looking to go up. And I have to update this too. Remember, I said in here that we're about a day or two from that signal happening here on the daily time frame. This is the only reason why I have not added to my long position just yet. I'm waiting on my daily confirmation. When I get my daily confirmation, then I will be adding because right now we still have the potential to reject from the mean on the daily, and then we get our nice boost to the upside. So that pop to the upside is coming. I just think that I need to wait on my daily. And the only signal that I'm waiting for in here, like we did all of this right here. We saw the fast signal. I said it was a soft fast signal. It's actually more than a soft signal. It did pretty good. Um, and the Excel is still sitting right here at the midpoint. That's why I'm waiting also too. But the other one, which is going to be our implied signal, you can see we're almost at that. It worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. So I'm still waiting on that. So I know that time is coming. That time is coming. I'm just waiting before I do anything. And then I would really like to see us reject here first. Just one more rejection, please, Bitcoin. Just one more rejection to get some of this liquidity. Maybe not even, I mean, just one more rejection to get some of this liquidity. And then we're going to get a pop up. So can't manifest this right now. Right now, I can't. I can't manifest this to play out the way we all are, a lot of creators are expecting for it to. I can't do that right now, but when we get there, we'll talk about it. I can't do it right now, though. So there we go with that. Here for the daily time frame. Baby. All right. Let's go back over here in our 15 minute. Yeah. We got our monthly. And you know what I haven't looked at over here? I have not looked at my Bollingers here in sec. Okay, so why in the world is this standard one still holding us down? It's still holding us down. Okay, still holding us down. All right. Along with that VWAP up there. All right, so our new candle here. I went back and I adjusted. I adjusted. It just depends on how I want to drop my VWAP sometimes. Most of the time, I will drop it on where my trend line starts at. So wherever my momentum line starts at. And then when I did that yesterday, I realized, you know what, we tapped that. We tapped that. And surprise, surprise. You see that? You see that? Look at that. Look at that. It hasn't flipped back above it though. But we don't fail when we do. We don't fail when we do. When we flip back above, we gone. This is our starter right here. Work there, 2019. Work there, 2023. Gonna work here in 2026. And if it doesn't, then we're waiting on this one. Trust me. This one fails. We're waiting on this one. But we got some perp. We got some perp right here. I just need to see us get back above this. That's 44.59. 44.59. Why I got two 44.59s? I tell you why. Because my computer likes to shut down on me, and I told you that yesterday. My computer likes to shut down on me, then I have to go back in here and do my TA all over again. I got two of them right here too. I get tired of having to redo my TA. It was trying to shut down on me yesterday. I went in and I figured out how to move that date to keep it from doing it because it if I tell it no, it'll still do it, which is the part that really irritates me. Hmm. Hold on myself. But I like this. I like this. Just giving her some time to get her stuff together. But I like that. Don't fail. It don't fail. Okay. You just need one green candle that closes with this above that 44.59. That's all I need to see. So big ups to anybody who spot bought. If you bought on spot already, kudos to you. You did good. You did absolutely wonderful. If you bought on spot, you've done absolutely wonderful. All right. This is just again, every line you see in here is exactly the same line that we got on that 4 hour time frame. Just please get me down here to this golden pocket. Please get me down here to this golden pocket. As we can get through here. We can get through here. That liquidity in here. This was my initial interest right here at 70. And then of course, 72 up here. Everybody's eyeballing it right now. So caution, because everybody's eyeballing it right now. But we'll get there. We will. We're still dancing around here, and we're not getting down there to where I want us to get down to right now. We're not getting there. I will get interested in firing off a long if it makes sense. With the move, if we get the move down here, I'm not going to do it from here. But if we come into the golden pocket and it makes sense right here, then I will take the long because I know we're moving pretty fast in here. We're moving, excuse me, a little bit too fast right in here. So we'll see. We moved fast in here yesterday too. Um, because there's no way. I mean, you just look at the situation. So I mean, So if we come into that golden pocket, for any reason right there. This is gonna drop into here, and you know we're not gonna be here. We're not gonna be this low. So that's why I'm waiting on it because I want to be able to take. I won't take it on my account that's holding this loan that we are in already from yesterday, but I will bite otherwise because this seems like a nothing burger right now. At least this one, this particular line, the channel line, seems like a nothing burger right now. I was scared we weren't going to reject when we got here. Um, and the way we keep chopping up towards it, I mean, if something is aggressively going for a specific area, you can guarantee you're going to come back and break that. It was just like right over here. This was Asia session right here. This was Asia session low. So when I initially did my tweet, I said if we sweep the liquidity from the Asia session low, then I was going to take a long position. I would show some interest in it anyway. We took the Asia session low, and then I went back and I modified it, and I said, nah, the um the mother bar low. That's really what I'm more interested in because I know if we sweep the mother bar low, um, it's just gonna make for a better risk reward. It was still, I mean, it's not that far off. But it was just just a little bit too much, a little bit too close to the top in here for me. Yeah, we keep chopping. We keep chopping here. So obviously, price is not doesn't really have any intention of trying to come down. At least it's not showing that it has that intention of wanting to come down here because we're still just chopping here. We keep beating. We're going to break it. So patiently waiting. Patiently waiting. Like I said, if it makes sense, again, it's just going to be your golden pocket. If it makes sense, it's just going to be this golden pocket and this trend line right here. I know we're holding standard deviation 1 right now because I have been watching the Bollinger. I took my first TP out of this trade right here when we came into the 20 SMA because I know that we're continuing to hold standard deviation 1. So it's killing my vibes on getting right here. Let me show you that standard deviation 2 lines up right here. So it has to make sense if we come down into it, right? So here we are right here. You can see standard is right here. And we're continuing to hold support on 1 right now. My first TP took place right here with the 20 SMA, and we just gotta stop chopping on this and do this right here. Making sure that we're not gonna do any sort of expansion right here, since it will be standard deviation 2 if we can get there, okay? Note that I'm paying attention to the fact that it could, expand. It could. And then, hey, maybe we'll get something better like this low down here. It's fighting, boy. It is putting up a fight, though. I can tell you that much. It's putting up a fight. Something else I was looking at in here too was the weekly VWAP fan. I was looking at that too. Because initially I I had that little blue line in here, and I had actually moved it right here because at the time, that VWAP one, this one right here, it was lining up right here for me. So I had put a line across here, but you can see that that has come up. That's continuing to rise. That does display strength. It does display strength. And this I haven't had to move from being near the VWAP. So that has remained the same. And that was again what I posted. No, not that one. It's this one. So this has remained the same. I haven't really had to move this one, but we'll see. And then of course that is just simply me talking about the trend line down here, which is too much for me to on the chart. Let's see. This is rising, so that does display some strength. Let me see, get off of that standard one though. Get off of that standard one. See how we're just respecting the mean right now because we've been that bullish. You see over here, we've been that bullish because we've been holding, 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 holding. Really nice when we see it again, swoop down and reclaim back above. But it has to do it just like that. And I have a condition I like to look for in here too when we do that, and it's confluence. It's two indicators actually having the same confluence, and these two are a good pair together. They really are. What you don't see on one, you'll see on the other, but they really are a good combination to use together. Um, this is our same line from yesterday as well. Just highlighting where we may find ourselves wanting to take a short. And you'll see that we did not cross above. So I think we actually did tap it, but we rejected it. So it was perfect. It's perfect, but I waited for confirmation. I waited for confirmation. You keep pumping on you. Come on, Bitcoin. Be nice. Be nice. Right now we're you know how yesterday we were staying in that pocket yesterday when I was talking about this. I was like, we stand in this pocket, but I was I wasn't we're staying in this pocket right now. We're staying in this pocket. Mm, we're just not getting that move that I'm looking for. Not yet. I'm trying not to do like I did yesterday, 'cause yesterday and Salty was here, and Salty was like, "We can get up there, we can get up there." And I heard it, but, it's been There's some moments in here. Boy. So speaking of which, that 1 hour, you remember I was telling you guys about the 1 hour, and I was saying that the QTD, and this is for the past couple of days, I was like, "QTD has been giving me a signal, but I've never seen it be so confusing because it's been dropping and we just haven't got that rise up above it." Well, yeah, that happened. That happened. It's like the Q remember I kept saying QTD just isn't, I don't know, it's not showing the follow through. It's never made me work like this. It's never made me work like this. For the first time, it stopped being flat, and finally started to push up a little bit. 'Cause as it was flat in here, I was like, "Are we still weak? Like, this is I'm not used to seeing that right there. I'm used to when this comes down, I know they expect bull divs and, a nice strong push to the upside." So it's still not the strongest move just yet. It isn't 'cause it never really does like that. So you can see how we stayed flat in here. That wasn't strong. That wasn't strong. We got the drop. We got the yeah, it wasn't strong. And I'm used to seeing it strong. This was better. This was better. We got the drop. We started doing that, spiraling down, and then we got this right here. And I don't know. I don't know. Come on, Bitcoin. Alright, we're back to resting on that standard deviation 1. I'll put us back over there in just a second here. Let's try to see if there was anything in here I needed to change. Nothing so far. We're still just kind of diverging in here with this one. Just this, yeah, just everywhere diverging, right? All right, so we've broken that. Going back over to the 15 minute. Let's see what we got happening. All right, guys. I'm gonna wait for confirmation. As should you. You can DJ in if you want to. I need to see the struggle is real. I like to see us come down and come back up. Come down and reclaim. I need to see the SFP. And please don't bounce from here again. It's holding these highs over here. Along with that, it was that standard, but we did break below that standard for right now anyway. All right. It would be something if this just rolled over, right? It wouldn't benefit me none at all because, like I said, I didn't put much into this position, and I've already took something just in case price came back against me. but it's more than what I started with. So leave it at that. They were doing it again. That's irritating. But we are building liquidity right there. So I guess I could rest on the fact that we are building liquidity here. These equals down here. Speaking of liquidity, it's nothing fascinating when you look at liquidity heat map. Yeah, I gotta tell y'all about some stuff that played out too. Again, hammered it. I happened to see on just on X, somebody was mentioning something about Nike, and I was like, I know I talked about Nike a while back, and and I hammered that one. So it was. Let me see. Um, Hale, 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 hale. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it was this right here while I'm waiting on Bitcoin. I got my eyes on it, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. If we make any sudden movement, I will let you know. And I have been slacking on getting into my stuff in here on the stock market. I have been slacking on it. As much as I did was say the other day, hey, I bought the dip, you know. I went up 10% yesterday off of Pony. I went up just over 7% yesterday off of Hood. Those were the only two that I actually bought um day before yesterday. So yesterday was a nice day for me. Stock market. This right here. Now back in December, I talked about this right here, Nike. And you can see it's falling off the radar. So I'm gonna say fair value for Nike is gonna be around $21, and that's what I put in my post from back in December, was saying, $21 is gonna be where fair value was in here. And when I posted this, I left this block right here empty, but it's in here. It's in the message right here. So you can see it's right here. Um, and you can see it's right here. I just, for some reason, when I forgot to type it in and posted it way too fast, but I was saying, like right in here, you know, the prior accumulation level for that 47.25. I gotta see what Nike's looking like today, though. We got that 400 MA. Just a couple of things that I had pointed out within here that I knew to be looking for on Nike. We're basically down there yesterday. I knew it was getting rough for Nike because Nike had never, RSI had never traded below the mean. And at that time, it was at a 49.80, so below 50 at that point. Um, but the fair value, you can see where that VWAP is right here, that 21.28. That's basically what I'm looking for. Now it can actually bounce from in here, and we'll see how that works. I think in the past, where I was looking at, I don't know if I did a video on this or if I probably didn't do a video on. I think I just covered it on stream one day, back then, but this is all based on their 1-year charts. With Nike, I felt like I needed to look at a 12-month chart for them to just really see if I wanted to buy some, what I wanted to do, and I was like, "You know, I shoulda optioned on this thing right here, man. I shoulda did that. It would've been great." But, that's basically yeah, I was pointing out how we got reactions off of here, we got a reaction off of that one, and then coming down here to this one, you could expect to probably see some sort of reaction for price action coming down into this floor right here. So that's, um that's basically everything that I was expressing, in here off of the Nike chart, and I looked at a ton of stuff in here off of on Nike, just a ton of stuff to be aware of, but this right here, without even having to use VWAP, just doing the simple thing that I usually do, which is tracking where momentum is leaning, you know, for the chart. That's basically it right there. So it hit home. So it just goes through here. I will buy Nike. I don't care how disastrous it looks. I will buy it if it comes down here. I will get that. This should still be intact right here. When you see that green line right there, that 27.46, and this right here, I will buy that. I will for sure buy that. I'm not touching it right now. But there was something in here. There was something in here. You can see, like I said, right here. Um, on that chart that I actually did like. So show you that. Let me find that Nikki. Because it was when I was covering the stock market, it was one of my picks. You know how I do my little weekly picks. It was one of my picks. Okay, I didn't realize we're actually sitting here now. All right, so we're all the way on it now. 47.25. We're all the way on it now. I know this isn't the window pane that I was using that has all of my other data in it. I don't think that this was the one that I was using. Uh, I must have this blocked. No, I don't have it blocked. My stuff isn't showing up for some reason. I don't know. I might have to just switch the time frame. I was on a 12-month. We're all the way down here at it right now. This is the one right here though. You get that? I'm buying that. I'm buying it. 21.28 fair value. 21.28 is fair value for Nike. It's just patience. Let's see. 1 month. I have to be on the monthly. Let's see. Yeah, I have to be on the monthly. That's why I'm glad I put notes in here. Let me know where I need to be at to see this stuff. So we're just slightly below that right now without the reaction. We'll see what happens when market opens. I mean, look at that. It ain't no garbage. They changed. Um, it's not garbage, guys. It's not garbage. But you can do like me and you can wait Why are you sitting up with that for that? And I was saying over here, I was on the 4-hour time frame looking at something. Um, I want to see us get dirty in here. Because one thing that had been happening is Nike had been putting in a bullish divergence through here. And what will happen is it will invalidate the divergence and it'll actually tap into it. So that's just like on Bitcoin's chart on that 15-minute time frame. You'll notice how prior we were not getting up to that line, and eventually we finally did get up to it. So I expect for Nike to do that through here. Um, in the process of coming down, it just kept putting in the bear div. You can see the bearish divergence all across the top right here. No, there was never a need to touch it because every time it tried to do something, it put in the bear div, and it held below the um the mean in here. Let's just see how it looks when market opens in here. It's still not exactly where I would want to consider the entry again. I'm really interested in lower down there, but that could be something for Nike. So just got to that. I could risk it for the biscuit on spot position for sure. Just not nothing else. Bitcoin's still just sitting there. And then, of course, we talked about SPY, and I said I wasn't interested in SPY right here. Like I know, like I said, SPY has bounced from here multiple times, and we put in the bullish divvy in here. And I said that we would just simply come up with a bear dip. So I know I'm not interested right here. It might want to invalidate me on that, at least from this perspective, because we're above this right now. We're not above this right here. So we'll see what wants to happen right there. But I said I wasn't interested right here, and I should have been interested right here. I saw all of this yesterday. Of course, actually, I saw it coming into play before then. Actually, it would have been right here, which would have been better right here because we put in the bullish divvy. But like I said, we had bounced every time. Every time, let me get that other way. Every time we bounce from that point right there, S&P right there, S&P. Yeah, just I think it was one S&P. But right here, it had been the bounce for it. But I had tweeted that too. That momentum probably gonna hold. Hey, I kind of regret not doing that right there. But I bought some things based on um, my trading style. I did buy some things, so I'll be happy with that. And of course, there was also I said I wasn't gonna take this right here either. I said we got the liquidity in here, and we're at this one, SFP. But I was looking for this one, and it may have actually tapped down into it, but I don't want to see it just tap it. I want to see it break below it and then reclaim above it. So I'm just kind of still sitting out on this one. Every other time, it did give a decent push after it, this part right here. I don't. I own Nvidia already, so for me to buy some right here, it's just not going to work for me. Um, if I can't get it lower, then I don't have an interest in picking up anymore, reinvesting into it because I had just sold some Nvidia because of the drop that I was expecting. But this one right here, if we do this one, I will buy if we SFP off down here because we haven't tapped this right here. We haven't tapped this. Most of the time it had been through here. I really wish it would though. I really wish it would. I probably could have taken like a leverage position, but I said no. I said no to that. Okay. Let me just look back over here at this with Bitcoin and Alex. Hi. Hi. I do not trade NASDAQ. I did not trade the NQ. I have traded gold before, and yeah, I was looking at something in here on gold as well. I was actually looking for a lower entry on gold, which we never got, so I took no entry in it. Gold is going to come back up and hit a little bit of resistance in here. I'm gonna see how that works out on the 4-hour time frame. I still don't know if we'll get the move down that I'm looking for, but I can see gold. If it taps into here, it could hold as resistance again. I was hoping that gold had come down here to this line right here, and then I was going to take an entry off of it. I think I still have that idea in here. Now, I did notice something on the higher time frame that said, yeah. So I was waiting on gold to come down into this trend line right here, but we didn't get that. Um, but I can see that there's a probability that this could be a little bit of resistance in here for gold coming back up here to this trend line and see what happens from there. It's very chopped through here. Very, 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 very chopped through here. Some sort of a confirmation of a move back down could be coming into play here for gold. Just waiting on it. That's the VWAP there. So we'll see. None of the setups, with the exception of this one right here, I was still looking to see if we couldn't get another one down here. That's still holding here. You can see that we're chopping right through here right now. Could be looking for a rejection down in here. So I do have another interest in here, which is again just right here. I don't know if I still have, yeah, I still have it in here. So this is another interest right here. But most of the metals have not come down to a level of interest, and see we're pretty much tapping into this one up here. Looking for some sort of rejection right here. So they may be seeing a rejection today. Might be seeing a rejection today. Yeah, I was noticing how we did that mean revert, that mean hold up right there. But like I said, I really wanted us to tap into this trend line right here. I would have definitely did that. Uh-oh. That was crude. All right, another little rejection there from our prior day high for Bitcoin. I just use my own money, Alex. We're shorting gold since yesterday and almost nuked my prop account, closed all positions and started again, shorting as we went way too high with no real reason. I mean, you're seeing the rising structure, and that makes sense to it makes sense to be looking for the short. You know, we can be early. We can be early with our decision, and then market goes in the direction that we're looking at. And it's just an early decision, it seems, but it doesn't make you wrong. It doesn't make your idea wrong. It doesn't invalidate your idea. I think your idea is on point, in my opinion. Could be seeing a rejection here for gold. But yeah, do need that do need the confirmation. But I think you're spot on. All right, this is just killing me right here. But when it comes to the stock market, I'm an investor. I do not mainly my money goes in at key levels of interest to immediately make money off a spot. Um, I have considered doing some option trading, and there are certain things that at times I can, but it's trade on leverage futures, but for the most part, I don't do that on the stock exchange. So I'll do tokenized stock trading on futures, but yeah, mainly I just invest. And trading is here to take your money. Yep, it is here to take your money. Investing is really the way to go. The entire market looks pretty decent. The entire market looks pretty decent. I just noticed Tesla, because I had been saying to you guys a while back that Tesla, there was a chance that Tesla was going to get down here into we didn't actually hit low threes. We have tapped into one of the support zones in here. I think I kept saying around 315 or something like that. We haven't hit that yet, but 350 was tapped. Let's see, I got some updating to do on this chart too with Tesla. I can see we came down into the support level right here. Still banking on us getting down into here. All we can do is just wait and see if that happens, or if you feeling it, go for it now. But I do need to make some updates. What am I working on in here? Yeah, I definitely got to update that stuff. Still waiting on Bitcoin, guys. It's not coming towards our level just yet, but as soon as it does, I guarantee you I'll be there for it. We had a bunch of other stuff that we looked at in here. No, we had looked at Exxon. Haven't updated anything. So looking at a break to the upside, a breakout. Can't recall. It's been a while since I've gone through any of the stuff that's in here. I think I had a measured move in here for, yeah, we're still working on this. It's been a while. Still going though. That's good. Oh, it's still going too. We did target 1, got target 2 right there. Came pretty close to it. Dang. What day was this? It's my birthday yesterday. The 30th. The 30th. Oh, we finally broke through this. Okay. We finally got through that. It looks like we had a quick rejection at some point. That's still on the table. Oh, geez. Oh, yeah, we talked about the fact that this, for some reason, tends to range in here. Dang, that would have been a good one. Good Lord, guys. I should have been looking at this stuff in here. I haven't looked at this on stream with you guys in a long time. Just kind of said, forget it. I see it broke through this. So maybe it can get down there, 47.86. Give it some love down there. Silver. See what else we had looked at. Caterpillar. I did post on this one at the time of this situation right here. So far that has played out, and that was back in February. How about that? How about that? I did cover this one with you. I did. I can show you that tweet too, because I tweeted it on X. That was some money to be made right there. FedEx. I know I had a target in here for this, and I also, let's see. Okay, so we did get that initial rejection. We came back up again. So it's been a while since I've been in here. Let me see if there was something else that I had to share in here on this. I guess it wasn't. Let me make sure. No. Nope, nothing. We just got that rejection. That was it. Okay. Let's see what we had in here. What were we looking at in here? We had a lot of stuff going on with this one. I don't know. J&J. Yeah. The last time I posted and gave you an update on J&J, I said watch for this level right here. And I tweeted that out to you and said it'll come up and reject right there. Because initially we were looking at this one with chop suey, and I said watch that one. And that gave it. So I don't take any of these trades, so I don't have a bias. I don't take any of them, which is sad because this is money that I could have been making personally. What's going on in here? I don't think I have anything in here on this. Just a channel break. Bitcoin still sitting there doing nothing. Still waiting on it. Let's see. GBP. I shared this on GBP on X. Because the situation was, I said to you that there is this flag situation. Hold on, let me go to 24. Do it like this. It's been some days now. So there is this larger flag situation in here on GBP. Why is it looking funny? So like, when did I post on this? No, it wasn't there. Why does it look like that? It was on a weekly? No. Did I? I guess I was on 24. I guess I was just on here. I mentioned to you this larger rising structure in here. But why did I don't know, it just looks a little weird right now. This might not be the time frame that I was using. I meant the pain that I was using. If you're into this kind of stuff, I don't think I really did anything with that. DXY, I knew that we were still hitting prior year. So we got a prior year low in our range that we continue to be in forever. In here for put on 24. DXY. It's not getting away from here. But yeah, the prior year low. That's what that is. And I haven't updated this in over a year. It's still hidden. I think it usually the last time I think I had did something in here, and I think like the time that it spends inside of a block. I can't remember how many days it is, but it's a lot. It spends a lot of time in that block before it even moves. That's rising.
Oh, you know who I haven't? Microsoft. I had absolutely just said I was not interested in Microsoft anymore, and I was right. I was right. I just looked at that. I just looked at that. We were entertaining a long setup in here for Microsoft, and I told you guys I was no longer going to be interested in Microsoft. Let me see what we had in here. What was I long at? Yep, I was sure right. I told you. I told you. No more interest. I can't remember what it was that day, and I looked at it and I was like, you know what? I'm not interested in Microsoft anymore. And I closed out. I closed it out before any of this happened. And sure enough, it came down here to the next level of, you know, right here. I think I hate to see that happen, but yeah, it actually lost. We had this trend right here. We had this trend right here in this channel right here. I put an extend on it too, of course, which is down here towards 200 and something level. And then I was watching this right here, and I think this may have come from the monthly. I can tell you by doing this where I got it from. It wasn't here, wasn't there. It was here. Okay. So I got it from the weekly. Huh. Bitcoin's still sitting in between 20 SMA and standard deviation one. Still bing bonging in there. Um, it's trying to round out to the upside. So it doesn't look like I get that golden pocket tap for Bitcoin, and we may just continue to hold that mean. I don't know if we're waiting for market to open or what the situation is going to be there. Let me look at one more thing in here. Did I look at something on Google? And I haven't updated this stuff in here, so I know that's wrong. Yeah, that's wrong. So I'm gonna drop that because I haven't updated it. It can't be right anymore. Um, well, at least that played out, and I didn't have to come to this chart and look embarrassed. Uh, Still got some zones in here that are gonna line up with this if we can get here. Let's see. There's nothing but space in between that drop and this one down here. I don't even know what that's done now. Netflix. I know we used to talk about Netflix. I gotta come back in and update the stuff in here for Netflix. I gotta update everything in here. I thought I had deleted everything on that. Anyway, that's garbage. Who was it? Strategy. Okay, so nothing's changed in here on strategy. It looks like we're still respecting the stuff that I had in here. And then you want to put this on a 4 hour if you were playing with it. I'm not going to pull all of this out. Got above that one. And these are still legit zones if you're playing strategy. I guess that's the fine line for strategy. Remember, this was the only one we had in the orange in the center. And then it would be this stuff down here, which probably won't happen. And this is all coming from a monthly time frame. All of this in here is from the monthly. So if you're looking, I think all of it comes from the monthly. It's just that simple. I think this one exception right here comes from what, 3 month? Yeah, that one exception right here for that one, that comes from the 3 month. And then you can see how we start to get into the blue down here for strategy. I have made more money in the stock market in the past year than in crypto. Where when I first got into crypto, I made pretty good, but it hasn't been anything like that. You know, just here and there, certain altcoins have moved. So I have really been more in the stock market, just making decisions about what I'm going to invest in. And right now, the only thing I've been trading is Bitcoin, and I do it for fun and to continue to to educate myself. But investing is really, really, this is all good. This is nice because you can make some change or whatever, and you can make a nice living off of it too. But like I said, trading is here to take your money. It's really a really good idea to find some strong projects and find some great entries on those strong companies. So I hope I'm not wrong about Pony. I did good with it by buying it the other day, but I hope I'm not wrong about Pony. I think Pony is an undervalued company, and I think it's going to do really good as Pony AI. Um, Now I have given plays before, and they started out strong, and then they absolutely failed. So I know we was looking at. I know we had one in the past that we were looking at, and I don't know how that ended up turning out. I haven't looked back at it. Um, oh, how was Oracle? Dang, I could have bought this Oracle. I just thought about that. From our picks, I can see we've hit some key levels in here on some of our pick stuff. Oracle, AVG. Oh, finally broke down. Okay. Yeah, we had some strong picks and they played and then they failed. Um, Sezzle was one for us. Dollar General was another one. Started out strong, and we're back to where we started from on DG. Good Lord, I didn't even realize that. Back to where we started at. Lulu just all kinds of L's. Dang, GE. Ugh. Wow. Palantir. AMD continues to bounce off of that same level, same zone. We've had some good stuff in here. Damn, Intel still playing out. Wow. Novo was one that I was feeling very strong about. So that's an example of something doing good at the, buying the low, getting the nice bounce. And then of course earnings had came out then and whatever, and it absolutely tumbled. So uh, that's a good example. Walmart, I see we had hit, not exactly hit it. I posted on this too, Walmart, but we did come up to that 135 on Walmart that I was looking at. Rejected down. Lost trend, back tested it, another flag on it. I'm just looking at some of this stuff as I'm running my mouth. I know I didn't have you over here on the chart, but we did do that here on Walmart. We got that, and it looks like we came down, broke this trend line right here. Been putting in a couple of flags in here. I know Lily we had looked at one point. Yeah, where's the date at for Lily? It's not in here. Might not be the chart. Chime. This was one that we were playing around with, and we had our targets in here. We hit our last target and rejected and failed. Boom. So that's an example of us getting our breakout. And this was given as, actually we talked about it here, and then we talked about it again right here, and we got our breakout. We had our defined levels in here. This is our last place, and then we tumbled down from that. So that was a good play that didn't continue up, but it definitely hit our last target that we had in here. And this is First Capital. It broke through right here, so it ended up breaking through it. But we're looking at this. This is off the radar now, as I think at the time when we were waiting on this move to come down, I just had to plot it somewhere. So I'm gonna put it right here now. But we broke it anyway. We're above it now. I have to go back in. I know we're gonna be closed on Monday. I'm gonna come back. Friday. I'm gonna come back with some stuff for us to look at though. Might have to do some new stuff. Some new stuff. Intel, like I said, still going on Intel. I got to update all of this. I know this is still right. The AMD, like I said, continues to love this zone. Won't give it up. I think we were talking about AMD getting down into here, but it just seems like it's not coming. Doesn't seem like it's coming. Something looks off right now. I don't know what it is. Something looks off. Wait, I don't know if we're gonna get it, but it's still sitting there. It's still sitting there for the hopium that we would, but I don't know if we'll get it. We ain't even tapping this one. Just wait on it. I don't have a reason to buy until then. Yeah. I know I had said that DG could have got up there, but we've come all the way back down. So it's an example of felon. I remember looking at this through here. but we're all the way back down here. And stretch this out a little bit. I'm gonna come back later and be a bit anal with making sure my line is proper. Dollar General is a great company to invest in. Domino's is a great company to invest in. Domino's franchises. So Domino's is a debt-free company. So another good company to consider investing in, which I need to take a look at that chart. I think Beyond Meat or something like that has some earnings or something. Sezzle was another one that we traded. Sezzle, did you make it? Says, hey, Sezzle made it to a T, baby. That was it. So we've had some plays. We've had some plays that worked out for us, and I didn't trade any of this. I didn't trade any of it. Um, None of it. Didn't trade any of it. We saw that. We saw that. We saw that. Oh, hold on, hood. Because I did tell you I bought some hood. I bought hood on Monday. Monday, right here. Bought it on Monday, right here. Yeah. All right. Now look back at AVGO. We finally got away from this gap. I'm gonna delete this gap now, but I have to update the information in here with this stuff. This is our channel that I know we've been moving in on AVGO Broadcom. Let's see if we can't tap down here into this. Now this one I will get into because I like Broadcom. Then of course Oracle. Um, we have swiped through this quite a bit. Why does it look like that? That looks off. Not that that helped, right? Not that it helped. What's in here? Would you buy Oracle at $100? I'm not saying Oracle is going to go there. I got to update some stuff in here. Um, Bitcoin is squeezing. So we're getting decreasing volatility in here as we continue to chop through here. Again, we have this little bit of liquidity down here. Maybe we can open up and tap into here at some point, possibly, but we are squeezing and still sitting inside that standard deviation 1 and 2 here. Take a look at that. We're still in between, I'm sorry, 20 SMA and 1 standard deviation here. And you can see us starting to compress a bit more in here at this zone. So again, that makes this more cautionary. if we come to it, that is only if we come to it. If we come to it, then we could see an expansion because you can see us um, compressing. So it could get an expansion and tumble down a bit. And then again, I'd start looking down here. And again, this is just this low right here. It's just the 1 hour range that we had. I mean, we did, hold on, did we close above that on the 1 hour? Yeah, we closed above that on the 1 hour. So I really can't use it like that because it was this mother bar right here that we were coiling in before we got the breakout and the reclaim. So I don't know that I can actually. I don't know if I can still use that, but it still has liquidity there. So we'll see if that happens. Otherwise, I get stopped out and then I start to look up here about the 70, 72, something like that. I'm hoping the daily time frame again. I'm really hoping that the daily time frame has a little bit more time left on it. At least another, I don't know, give me another day, something like that, and then take a look at it. SNX Synthetics Sniper Austin TA. Thank you, thank you. Could you help to check SNX Synthetics targets using Elliott wave using logarithmic charts? Qcoin has longer history chart showing SNX Synthetics TA. You want me to do Elliott wave? Oof, I am not an expert in Elliott theory. Um, let's see. What's next? Well, let me see if I can't find that Qcoin chart, and I'll do what I can for you. Uh, Right. I see, hold on, it might be somewhere else in here. I see it versus Bitcoin, SNX, and I see it versus Ethereum, Qcoin so far. Let me see. Tether. So Synthetics Network Token, Tether, Qcoin. All right. I'm assuming that this is your chart right here. Looks like a coin that responds very well to volatility, but oh my gosh, I'm thinking that this is it. USDT, yeah, Tether. This is it right here. Oh wow. I mean, oof. All right, so a clear definition of what your accumulation level is. I don't understand though. I'm not gonna be able to do no Elliott on this. All right, so you're getting ready to get another pop to the upside. Ugh, this is this is not a good chart. But you're definitely getting ready to get another pop to the upside. I could tell off the rip that this thing only responds to volatility. This is volatility right here. Below squeeze pop, below squeeze pop, below that is that blue line right there. Squeeze pop, and you're at your accumulation level. So I would be expecting for this to get ready to pop up here again, but jeez, I don't know what to do with this. Is that making sense either? I'm sorry, this thing got me nervous. Let me try to figure out what the heck am I looking at. Just make some notations in here. Let's see if I need to look at that like that. Wow. I'm gonna leave it like that on the line chart for the SFP. Swing failure of this level right here. You're about to get another pop out of here, though. I can say that relatively with confidence. That's about to get another pop to the upside. Ugh. Let me see if there's anything here on the daily. And I can't like this like that. Yeah, you're already in the start of that. This chart, I like you, and I don't want to be rude or anything like that, but I don't see the appeal in this chart. It's yeah. Oh, you want me to do a logarithmic chart? Okay. So you're long term holding. That's the only reason why you would use logarithmic is if you're looking to hold this for long term. Otherwise, just you don't need it. I don't see a reason you want to long term hold this. And seriously, that would be the only reason why to put this on a log chart is if you want to sit in it. So I'm gonna take this away. Do you like you're doing it? What's a good point? I want all of that. Yeah, I mean, let me see if anything read different. Nope, still gonna get that pop to the upside coming in. So you're about. I mean, I really can't tell you anything about this. It just doesn't give me much. But I can see that volatility is the only way this thing moves, which means it's being pinned down by some money, very little money. Um, and a volatile move is about to happen. It's going to give it another break here to the upside. And since you're doing a log chart, and I would just look for price action to come back into here, but it's on the cuffs of that move actually happening in here. This is just not a good chart. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't. Um, mm-mm. I can't. Be careful with that, my friend. All right, still waiting on this. Yeah, falling wedge pattern does usually break to the upside, but you can tell from just looking at the chart that this is only responding to volatility, and that's it. It doesn't imply to me that you're going to get a large move. It looks like you're just going to come back to that trend line and then see another rejection, and that you have the possibility of slipping all the way down to that low on that chart. Which by definition was what, let me see if I can't. It, it, I mean, that's basically, really, honestly, that's all it implies to me. It only pops off of volatility. There's not a lot of holding. Like, there's not a lot of money in this, and you can tell it just looking at the chart. So, um, you either are the liquidity, I'm assuming you have the money to move this, or you are the liquidity, and it's not a good asset to hold. It just isn't. And the only thing I could see, even with your log, is that you would possibly come back into that trend line that was in here for another rejection. I think that was the last one that we had put in here. Let's take a look at this over here. It's on point. Every move up, like that's your finish line until it's not your line anymore and you don't get the volatility that pushes you into this trend line and then you're looking and then your price is tumbling all the way back down here. There's there's nothing. Seriously. Chaos. Every move up is being met with bearish divergence. Every move up, all through here, bear div. Like all of this has just been a bear div. I don't see any bullish divergence in here anywhere. There's nothing. Yeah, this is not. And you don't need log. You honestly don't need log unless you're looking for a long term hold, and this is just not something to hold. It's bearish. Inbox coin. Is it going to look like this? Is it going to look like this where you have bear divs the whole time? Bear divs. Bear divs. I mean, yeah, this is. All right, let me. Inbox. Is it for Qcoin? Thank you, babe. Is it Qcoin? Um, let's see. It looks like Bitcoin is trying to get a break back to the upside from here. In this squeeze. Mobox. Inbox. And algo for me, please. Okay, it's on that. Uh, he, I want you to stay away from these projects. It's not financial advice. Uh, this one might not be as bad as that other one, though. I still wouldn't. I still wouldn't do it. I don't see anything to like. See how bearish this has been doing. Let's see. Yeah. Looks almost impossible to come up. All I see is bear divs again, and that's why it just continues to roll down. That's all I see. It's just bear divs. This is another one I would not touch this. Like it's done nothing but put in bear divs. Like it just keeps rolling down off of bear divs. Bear divs. Bear divs. It's not, yeah, bear divs. It's not, All right, we're breaking up. Well, take away that. But I can see we were breaking up here on Bitcoin. So we're going to come back into this section right here. And I guess we're going to see, we could see the expansion out right here. Again, we do have those levels through here. So I don't know what to make of the daily if we're going to go ahead and do this right now. But yeah, we did flip this back to positive without ever having to come into here. So we're just holding our mean reversion, mean up. See how we react at that trend line again. And maybe actually get into this golden pocket to take this liquidity right here. From there, we may have something to play with for a new short position. If not that, then we'll look a little higher, but we'll see what we look like when we come there. Let's see what that did. 50% retracement. I think we have today. Today we do have core retail sales, ADP non-farm employment change at 8:15, 8:30 again, core retail, and then retail sales month of a month, also at 8:30. We have ISM manufacturing PMI at 10 today. And President Trump is expected to speak today also, but it's going to be later tonight at 9. So busy day today. I don't know if if he was also scheduled to speak this morning as well. Not really sure, but I do see on that calendar that he's going to speak tonight at 9 my time. So uh, just some things to be aware of. Hi, my crypto. My crypto YT wants to know what games are on it. Synthetic Sniper, you need to stop laughing because those are some bad coins. You don't have a reason to buy something just because it's down in the dirt. All right, still holding it down right here, but it most certainly looks like it's going to curve up and break out. I mean, it's already curved up, but it looks like it might break out. I'm about to get that new 4-hour candle open too. Yeah. So the 4-hour rejected it the first time. I don't care if you want to consider it to be a fake move or not. I just, it's a move. If we're breaking out of here, it's a move. Oh, see, you're still learning. When in doubt, just focus on your main troopers like Bitcoin. Like I know we all want to get rich. We all want to find that altcoin is just going to make us rich. But uh, we got to start with not losing our money too. That's just what we have to always think about, not losing our money. At least we won't be losing it if we go with something that's more investable. But stay away from those coins that you see that have just been falling knives straight to the downside. Like those are not good. Those are not good at all. Yeah, exactly what crypto YT. Watch out for rug pulls, and that is what that stuff looks like. Bitcoin dominance. You think that's gonna move those coins? It's not gonna move those coins. It's not. Bitcoin dominance has been up since those coins, and those coins are still dropping. So don't focus on Bitcoin dominance. Focus on the chart that's in front of you. I know that first one you could compare to Bitcoin. Um, I don't know about that second one that you were talking about, but yeah, don't use dominance as a reason to think that that's going to pump those coins. It hasn't pumped it this far, thus far. So no, well, I'm glad that failed. The squeeze got tighter. Did get tighter. Mhm. I don't know what this is measuring up to now, but let's see, just in case. The 1 hour would tell me that the expansion would be to the downside, but I don't want to just rely on that. It tells me that the expansion would be to the downside because the squeeze is happening above the mean. Uh, but I've seen it before where it has actually broken back up before, but overall it tends to follow with that. So right here, this indicates to me that because it's sitting above the mean right here, that it would be an expansion to the downside. I just don't know. I went ahead and moved this off of, it was like this. So just in case, I know we got the swing fail right there. So I decided to go ahead and move it right here. That is what it would imply that we would squeeze and break to the downside. Like I said, there have been times before uh, where, let me see if I have one. No, so far I don't really see one. That wasn't that much. The squeeze was up here, breakdown, squeeze. No, that was not all the way above. I mean, usually it, like I said, you can see from back there looking at it. It usually implies down, but I don't know. I don't want to get cocky about it, and then it doesn't do that. I think. Let's see what the other. Okay, so I might want to move this. This has been like this before this move up. So just in case if it expands down, I do think I will be looking in here for the liquidity to be taken from this low again of that mother bar. But I mean, I can't really focus on that mother bar anymore. But that liquidity to be taken and hit here, unless we're coming all the way back down here to this low, that would be the thing. Four-hour looks like it could also indicate down. Um, I just hate to rely on the I'm looking at indicators for that information. Which if I'm looking here, the thing I was looking at right here is again that implied right there. I don't know. I don't know. Either that or break back below 100. We got the doji. We got an inside range right here. Um, we had our initial rejection. We rejected at the midpoint on the 15-minute.
Only 250.
Why didn't we add to it?
I couldn't. The card is no longer good. Yeah, me on mute.
No.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Pump and dump coins. Yeah.
One way.
Yeah, they get you with those pump and dump coins for sure. And gaming sector hasn't been very successful either. It was initial hype around gaming coins, but that narrative hasn't lived since. I don't know. It's been a minute now. Even still, like a lot of those projects, it's just not a place, especially something that just keeps going down. Bitcoin dominance is. I don't know why I said. Oh, you got me thinking about Bitcoin dominance. Let me put that back on slide. USDT dominance is at support. But I know at the end of the day, we are still waiting for this to tumble down, which, you know, but it is at support right now. I'm sure Ethereum and everything else looks like Bitcoin right now. We got that ADP non-farm employment change data pending right now. It's about to come out. Forecast 41K. I don't see a reason for this stuff to really move the market. I think Powell did mention something about the rate cuts. Actually doing a rate cut. $62K. It's the actual. So 62K. Then we got core coming up, like I said, about 8:30. And again, what I'm thinking, if we can get the downside, just depends. If we're expanding, then this won't work. If we're expanding down anyway, then that golden pocket may not work, and we might actually break through this trend line right here and fall lower. So if that happens, then again, I would be looking here. This was golden pocket, right? I would be looking here for that liquidity here to be taken, and then look to see if we can't bounce from there. And then if it's not here, then possibly I don't know the extent of the move down. Not really anything to take away from this trend line right here, other than to see if we respect it for the first tap. That will be the first. You can say 3, but it's not 3 because it takes 2 to connect it. So that'll be the first test of this trend line. If we were to get that, I'm really interested in all the liquidity that we built up down here. But to take things slow, I'll be looking here. Again, if we expand, then we probably break through here and not manage to hold golden pocket. Or 786. I just be looking for some liquidity. And to the upside, mean that means we break back above this trend line here. We know we have, golden pocket is here, but I don't know. I have been favoring this liquidity here at the 70. I know a lot of people are looking at 72 as well. That's a little bit too far for me to think outside of the box right here. So I guess I'd be focusing on that golden pocket and then possibly doing this liquidity right here to the upside, because we would more than likely break through here again if we came back up. Or maybe I don't look that far. Maybe I don't. Maybe I do just look back at this. And that's just if it comes to the upside. And then we want to be above the liquidity. We'll take that off the table for now. So that up and that down. Yeah. Hi, Salty. we did print. I'm still holding salty. I'm still holding the long. So I'm gonna continue to hold it as long as it'll allow me to. But yeah, I'm still holding. I took some more profits out of it. Um, but this is me still holding, still holding. But I did TP one more time, so I did lock in some additional profits. And I'm sitting in this short position now on the swing fail of this trend line right here that we spotted yesterday. This one. Hoping I got another take profit right here. So if we can get here, then I'm going to take some additional profit right here, and then the rest of it if we can get this move to the downside. Otherwise, it stops me out, and then I'm going to start back looking at another a new short. I'm neutral today, but leaning towards some downside. Really, that's why. Yeah, short. You short as well? Oh, the Harami candle? Nope. It was based on us. It was based on me seeing the rejection here and how high the RSI had really got here on the 15-minute time frame. So when I spotted that, we came in to here. Then I just wanted to make sure that we were going to confirm rolling back inside of that range, and so I took it based on that, just a swing failure pattern from outside of this rising, the rising structure right there. And so I enter based on that. Hopefully it's right, and market makers are not trying to take that back. I TP'd one time really early. So I don't have a lot on this trade either. So just a small size on it. We've been catching the highs over here. It was also a 50% retracement, fit retracement, but we've been catching the highs over here and not really pushing down. And then we've been trying to push out of this trend line here from the top, which is in that trend right there. But this is that same pattern right here that I was just pointing out, the one that, I know we saw that line right there yesterday. So it would be nice if it did like this one over here did, but I'm not banking on that. But I am looking for some sort of a pullback first. So hopefully we'll get it. I don't know. I was looking at the 1 hour and the 4 hour may actually roll down. And I was sharing how the daily is really trying to get there. And we were talking about this daily. So I'm hoping that we'll roll down one more time before the daily follows through. Hopefully. I was just pointing out how close we were getting into that. But hopefully the daily is going to roll down one more time, and then we'll see a move up to get to that. I know everybody's looking at that 72, looking at this liquidity up here at the value area high. So hopefully we'll lose it first and then come back, but not too much. I don't know that plays out like a bear flag. Yeah, I don't know that this is gonna play out that hard. If it did, I wouldn't be mad. Yeah, I had posted on that yesterday on X about me looking for price action to come back to the top side of this red line right here. I was saying how hard it really was for me to pinpoint exactly where it was going to be at when that happened. But I did share it. It was like it was at 10 o'clock last night when I had posted on it. No, 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 not that one. That was at 10. This was, well, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Yesterday I said that I was looking for it to come up. I said that range high. So either this range high up here at this red line up here, or this mother bar low right here, where we're still looking at that, or back down here to the low of the range. But yeah, it happened. It just, it happened later on in here somewhere instead of right over here. Did you? We were just talking about gold, Salty. We were just talking about gold. I think gold is a short too. Who was it? Was someone else who was saying that synthetic sniper was looking at a short on gold, which I felt that it is the outcome is really to take a short on gold, but they may have been attempting it a little bit early, and that was it. But yeah, I think gold is a short too. I haven't entered a position on it though, not yet. I'm waiting on that 4 hour on gold to confirm, but it definitely looks like a short for sure. So I want to see gold actually tap back into this trend line right here. By the time it does that, the RSI probably be somewhere about a 79, which is this top right here. But I can see it's still pushing up. So I'm just waiting a minute until that happens. And if that happens, then yeah, I'm gonna take that short because it's still stalling out on making that move. But definitely looks like a short in my opinion. Let me make sure it don't. Let me see if that matching. Might want to do some sort of divergence too, and get up there and then start diverging on me. So I like that though. What you got for me, Elliott wave wise? I had mentioned you earlier. I was saying that, just saying earlier how yesterday after that long position, I was a little shaky about whether or not we was going to get that follow through. And I did take the short here. I took a short here as well. I took a short off of BTCC right here. And I took the short right here too. And I posted that I was taking the short on Bitcoin right here. And I had still had a small piece of my short position open from higher. It wasn't that much left in it, so it brought it down just slightly above this point right here. So that was an easy entry, and I got stopped out of it. The rest of it uh, in this move right here, and then re-entered on the interest of that trend line right there. All right, here we go. I'm gonna put this back on. Let's see, let's see, let's see. All right, we're at the point where we could see the expansion, like I said. So we may actually, we could run through the golden pocket instead of seeing a bounce off of that, because we got that squeeze here again. We got that squeeze. We got that squeeze right here. And we'll know it's actually expanding again if it does one of these moves right here with this red line up top turns up like that. There we go. And if it doesn't, you see we're already not expanding yet. If it doesn't expand, then I want to see us break below and reclaim back above here. Close to him, my TP, my next one. Catch up, Blowfan. Blowfan didn't even hit it. That sucks. And I've said it. I even set it one off on that golden pocket. Huh. He didn't actually tap it though. But no expansion. No expansion right now. Hmm. A correction could be done here based on the end of an ABC with C rejecting at the 1 fib extension. I'm very jealous to have missed it, as it could roll over hard, in my opinion. I hope it does, Salty. Just because I want to get a better entry, another long. I want to get another long entry in here for if we do, or when we do see that daily, get that pop up. So you did the 1-to-1, which explain why we didn't hit that golden pocket. That would explain why we didn't hit the golden pocket. Um, let's see. You have to tell me how you pulled it though. So I don't know where I would have pulled it from. Let me try this right here. Because if I was just seeing on the, are you doing this low? Uh-oh, wrong thing. That was there. But I don't know if you're pulling it from here to here, or how could I have done that differently? I don't know. How could I have done that differently? Trend base from low at 65. So that's this low. Okay. So that was not it. So it wasn't. Okay. One. Okay. Got you. Okay. Got you. All right. Makes sense. Thank you, Salty. Makes sense. Otherwise, I think I see what I could have done differently. Nah. Yeah, your way was the best way. Okay. It did it again. It would not let me. It would not let me take that profit, and then they sprung it up. It would not let me TP it. Wow, the shenanigans. And that was obvious because we didn't expand. Remember, on expansion, you have to the top has to turn up. If the top doesn't turn up on the move down, then it's void, and it'll probably go to the other side, and then we'd be looking for this to pop down. Wow, the shenanigans this morning. I am not in the mood for Bitcoin today, Salty. I promise you, I would just sit out after this. Wow. Wow. And it's just getting tighter and tighter. Jeez. I don't know what that was. All I know is, yeah, we need to see an open hand. And they're trying not to. Let me make sure this is, I mean, I know it's drawn correct. I didn't miss anything. It is correct. 69, 310. They've already taken the liquidity, barely taken it over that trend line. Um, come on, Bitcoin. Yeah, it's they play too much. They playing too much. Like really. The only good thing I can take away from that is how quick that rejection happened back below this trend line right here. Um, but wow. I'm just trying to get some lunch money off of this golden pocket. I mean, that's it. Oh, wow. Hmm. I almost want to just close it out fully. Yeah, yeah, that's the only positive I can really take away from it is that, you know, it reclaimed back below that trend line rather quickly and yeah, no closure. Well, except for over here we did close outside of it on this time frame, but not on the 4 hour. Um, but they're not even letting like just because if we don't get the expansion, then this could be a good play right here. But even this right here, they're not even playing around with that right now. They're not even tapping the golden pocket, which, as you can see, was lining up with this move down into here for a roll back up to put in some bullish divvies. It will be bullish divergence. If we do get the expansion, then we'll take this out, hopefully, invalidate the bullish divvy, and then look to enter down here after liquidity grab of these two lows right here. That's the playbook for me. I guess I see what this new 1 hour candle wants to do in the next 6 minutes. not expanding yet, but it has to be an impulsive candle to the downside. I'm not getting that. Major problem is Bybit Bros have been shorting. Yeah, that was an April Fool's Day dump. That was an April Fool's Day dump. I still got us above the PLC, but I know that some of the other charts might read differently on that. I just need this to nuke. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves up here somewhere. Coinbase. Okay, yeah, Coinbase. Coinbase. I rarely use the Coinbase chart. I need to look at it a little bit more. Or the Bybit one, which I know Bybit has a ton of liquidity. It's a big exchange. Did anything happen with CME? That's a nice squeeze right there too. Of course, it's going to be squeezing there, but still lacking the follow through. CME. I was trying to see if we did anything yesterday that would raise an eyebrow. Nothing. There we go, baby. We're still not expanding. Let me see something. Why are you making this so difficult? Let me take a look at that. Okay, we're moving a little bit more, but not fast enough. Okay, 60 and that 1,000 right there. Okay, you can see. Maybe that's my holdup. It's still very green. Maybe that's it. It has to move faster though. No spread. Okay, we just got that 1 hour candle open. I don't know. Maybe this is the jump off. All right, that locked some additional profits that time. Thank goodness. I mean, that's all I really needed. That's all I really needed. Let's see. So that did lock in. Uh, that locked in a little bit extra. A little chump change right there. So if we kind of scared, I'm only going to take this if we swing below and back up. No, it's a psychological level. And we're not necessarily, again, we're not expanding right here, which is, that means that we could get the break to the upside instead. I would beg to differ looking at the 1 hour and the 4 hour. But I'm going to stay patient with it. Oh, can you look at PAXG 15-minute and give your brief thoughts? Okay. Let's see. Oh, Pat's Gold. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Is there a specific exchange you want me to look at, Salty? Or does that matter? Oh, you already in this short though. By bit. Okay. Perpetuals. I'm sure you've already locked in some profit because it looks like it's doing what Bitcoin is doing, where it's putting in bullish divs. You can see it right here, putting in bullish divs, and only if we're, yeah, that's doing exactly like Bitcoin. Let's see if it can just check this one, two. Okay, so trend break, but again, you are looking at bullish divvies off of this low right here. You get into a place in here too where you're going to see some sort of a pushback. Because I know that 4 hour, and I looked at that 4 hour for just gold, it's still chopping through here, not necessarily rolling down. Uh, you catching standard one, and then there. Yeah. Yeah. You're on the right track, but again, you are putting in bull deals in the process. You don't really have anything that suggests that it's just gonna tumble right there. Not on that 15 minute anyway. Let me put that back on for a sec. I just want to see through here off of the one. Yeah, nothing that suggests it's gonna tumble hard as far as I can tell. And then the 4 hour, I know when we looked at the four, yeah, it was still chopping and hasn't confirmed that it's gonna roll over just yet. You're watching around that 40, 45. Yeah, because you're still grinding up. That's wild. Might just be doing that. What's that at? No, probably won't get that far. Yeah, probably won't even get that far. Won't get that far. Not right now, Salty. But I know you locked in profits already. Just choppy. Let me check one more thing. Yeah, it's going to continue up for sure. So the drop probably wouldn't be that much. Um, Zero follow through. Not for a minute. I was looking over here. Again, I was looking over here at the 4 hour, saying that it might be able, I can see we're putting in an advanced block right here, right now. Might be able to get up here to this trend line and look for the rejection there. It's the same. I know it's going to read the same. PAXG. I know it's going to read the same. Yeah. I'm just going to use this to save myself some time. Uh-oh. It's actually a cleaner break. Let me see if that lined up as well. Oh, so slightly different. It's slightly different. Um, I'm gonna set it like that. Let me see how different it is in here. Yeah, still holding the range. We do two. We did two. Did two back there. Yeah, I would expect for you to diverge up some more in here. Um, Slightly different from the gold chart. Slightly different. I would expect for it to diverge up some more though before it actually does any sort of a rollover, and it's not going to go too far down in the immediate. Not just looking at this, it looks rather strong. Looks really strong. So you short from the 47.30. Okay. Yeah. Even that smaller drop right there was a bull div. So it's tossing it back up. Yeah, even that small drop, I see it right here. Hasn't reclaimed that section, but it's the same bullish divvy in here. Oh, Bitcoin. I will tell you, Salted, when it does get done chopping around, it might come back until you remember that diagonal trend line that had dropped in here to that VWAP, about 46.60. That would just be the liquidity low through there, which is higher. It would be that VWAP right there on this trend right here, about that 46.60. When it's done chopping around, taking this section right here, might do that. And then validate or at least wick still confirm the bull divs because it looks rather, like I said, it looks rather decent in here right now, but worth the short attempt. I just know it's still chopping on that 4 hour, not showing commitment yet. But I think I'd rather take my chances with you and do some gold. Um, Take a chance on short and gold. Thank you, Y Crypto YT. I know you gotta go. Love you and appreciate you. Um, yeah, because Bitcoin is a little too funky right now. Bitcoin is too funky. They're not trying to let it go because I know we have the bull divs through here. I was willing to consider the long right here. Just we're not expanding down, which means they're probably expanded up. Nice bottom and tail candle. And I should be on my merry way too. I do have a doctor's appointment today. Oh, I missed that. Yeah, I missed that. But oh well. I don't want that anyway. I guess it'll go on without me. I am still long though. But yeah, they're not sending it down, they're sending it up. And this trend line right here, that we've tapped it enough times. We got that liquidity in here. That's probably why we got that quick reaction right there to just really think about it because the liquidity that we build up right here. So that liquidity grab, psychological golden pocket retracement level. That's what that 1 hour and that 4 hour have some giving vibes, but I guess it ain't giving because we're putting in bullish divvies. That is good liquidity. That is good liquidity. And then that's good liquidity. So yeah, that's what I would watch for today. They're gonna break this thing up. And if not, I still contend with this right here with the liquidity down here for a move up. Um, I posted on X if I see anything. It's right now. It, well, actually, market is about to open. Market is about to open. Good. Send a little rejection on SPY. A little rejection on NVIDIA. It's my appointment calling me. It's not until 1 o'clock. I'm gonna have to take the train today instead of driving. Let this market open, guys. See what we do. Let's set the SPY. Yeah, look at NASDAQ. I really haven't, so I don't want to use that as a reference. It doesn't mean that we follow anything in here. I know we're putting in a slight bear div at the moment. Nothing confirmed yet because we haven't broken. Um, we haven't uh, confirmed anything to the downside yet. But right now we are not here. We're not at a closure above there. Oh, on a 3 hour. My bad. I might need to look at that. And you know what? Mistakes are good mistakes. That would have been right here too. So it would have been a miss anyway. It still would have been a miss, but still a good mistake. Let's see if we confirm the bear div. If we do, be looking for a slight retracement down or a bigger continuation down here. For spider, what's I about to look at on spider? I think we still trailing underneath. Yeah, we tap back into it, so we're still in the downtrend, obviously. That's it with the bear div right here. Rejection. Let's see how that holds on this 4 hour. I'm looking for us to get into this top over here. Or maybe before that top. Somewhere in between this sandwich. When I looked at this on a weekly, okay, that's what I was looking for on a weekly. I actually like the weekly time frame, which is why I bought the other day, not SPY, but why I bought some altcoins, not altcoins, but stocks the other day. We pushing up. Oh, we're pushing up on Bitcoin. Jeez. A little bit more. Yeah. That's exactly said I wouldn't get cocky about that squeeze, even though the signal that I tend to use for it indicates that it would drop down. I don't want to get cocky about it right now because we got the shenanigans. A move with no expansion is just continuing to prop price action up. And the squeeze requires that to happen. If it's popping to the upside, it requires the band to open up to a V shape like that. And we can see that we clearly weren't doing that right here, which is why, what was a good example in here? On the drop that we got, where we didn't expand. It's from a different time frame with this one. I think it was, let me see, is it the one? Yeah, you see how we dropped right here? We didn't expand. We didn't open mouth in here. We just drop, reclaim. Yeah, they'll toss this thing to the upside. It's 9:30. I thought we would have seen more volatility than just sitting here. And today is our lower liquidity day too, since we only have today and tomorrow for traditional markets being open. So uh, I thought they would have gave us something a little bit more. Not even the SPY is really moving. Let's see. Be the third time. Let's see if this works. We send directly on that trend line, so I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely playing with us. Definitely playing with us. They have made us work for most of the moves to the downside. When we get it, we like it. Like when it does play out, it plays out. But they have made us work every single time for that move to the downside. Like just this little move right here took a lot of work, a lot of chop, 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 just holding it out until it finally got some sort of a move down. Over here, chop, chop, squeeze, 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 bull divs before it finally let us have something down right here. It's really been making us work hard to get those little moves down. Chop, 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 chop. Nothing. Right here, chop, 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 chop before it finally worked. Like they have had us working for the shorts. If that doesn't scream they're gonna pump this price, I don't know what does. I don't know. I was showing that monthly earlier too in here, salty, because I know on this monthly, right down here, I mean we're 44.47 right now. But I was explaining how like that really was the VWAP tap off of the trend line right here. We got that bounce up. We inside range in here on this time frame right here, but we have whenever we have swung back up and we're trying, like we're tapping it right now, but we're not actually crossing above it. We're just tapping it. And we got the perp in here, the purple. Like it hasn't ever failed. I mean, it's only been 3 times in here, but it hasn't failed yet. So if it confirms in here, that could be the low. It could be a low. And I definitely have to wait for that cross in here to confirm, because otherwise, the purple is just going to be a bull div or something like that. But might not do what we're all thinking, or what most people are thinking in here. May not do that. Just might not do it. I know we usually go under and over. We usually do something like that, under and over. Even if it's a little bit, we usually do an under and over. But let's see if it doesn't hold. It's 50-50. That might not happen. It could be our bottom. It might not happen. Yeah, we've really taken the liquidity over this line right here. We're not. Mm, yeah, they frozen us in time. No volatility. Market just open. Zero volatility. We cannot be waiting on anything in here in terms of data. I mean, only thing we have left is President Trump speaking tonight at 9. So I guess we'll talk about this later. Salty, I love you and I appreciate you so much. And thank you to anybody who joined me today on the Coin Kings channel. I'm Down to Crypto TA. You can follow me on X at Down to Crypto TA and see if we can't find something new in here, and I'll post on it later. But right now, they're not doing anything with this, and this is an extremely tight squeeze, and we're not seeing any sort of a break just yet. And like I said, if I were doing this like I would normally do it, then I would look at this and I would say this is going to push us down. That's how I normally do this. If we're above the mean right here, if we're above that blue dash line, everything, I mean everything, all of it is above this dash line. That usually indicates that the squeeze breaks down. And when everything is below it, like in this case over here, but you can see how that did before we got the actual move to the upside. Because usually it will push us out. And every now and then it will fail. And you just got to look at that Bollinger. But everything below tends to be up, and everything above tends to be down. Everything below tends to be up. Everything below tends to be up. Everything above tends to be down. But we're not doing anything right now. There wasn't even a strong push down. Everything above, down. Everything below, up. And that's the only way I can tell what direction the Bollinger Band is going to break. But we're not getting it right now. So I would be betting on down, but I can't. I'm being not going to be arrogant today and think that that's going to happen. Especially when I can see us beating a dead horse. This is April Fool's Day. For sure. For sure, April Fool's Day. Mm, all right. It turned a little bit. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's better. That's better. It only turned a little bit, but that's better. That's a start. And let's see how we react right here. It's coming back up a little bit too fast for me. Let's see if we'll chop, and then I will consider that if we chop. So glad it's at least attempting to happen before I actually departed. I was scared to leave. Go ahead and hide this. So I can see that a little bit better because it didn't have that much more to do if it's gonna do it anyway. School beating. All right. Yeah, play with us way too long. Thank you, Salty. Thank you so much. And again, I'm not looking to catch the bottom because I don't want to be a bottom catcher. Not right now. I want confirmation. And if my confirmation is wrong, then I'm invalidated, but I can't get invalidated unless I get confirmation. Let's see if that 1 hour did what I thought it would do. Because that tends, like I said, that tends to indicate we pop down. Okay. So it is expanding a little bit right there. Simply looking for underlying strength. Again, that would be, underlying strength would be momentum flipping back up on us. So momentum would have to turn back to the upside. You can trade the psychological level, like you can DGN in and take that trade. I will not DGN in. I will wait to see momentum actually wants to climb up. So I need to see curvature in here indicating underlying strength coming up. And right now we flat. We flat. I want to see underlying strength showing that we're curving up, back up, back up, curving up. Can't do it unless I see that. And this point right here, just on your RSI, there's just nothing extra right here on your RSI. Don't do that. That's this. I'm pinning it against this low. And if I don't see curvature up right here, then I'm pinning against this low. I shall wait, and it's never too late. I'm not trusting it yet. I'm not. If it moves that fast and the candle is too large for me, and then my stop would have to be too far away. Hopefully, it does something more like that, little small candle, something like that. I won't take it. If it does it like this, I just won't do it. Yeah. The old me probably would have FOMO. I'm not FOMO, and I don't have the will to FOMO right now. Um, or chase. So that's, I mean, basically that's it. That's what I'm watching for. Uh, so if it does start to chop this 786, make more sense in here, then I will fire off a new long. If not, I'm really interested right here. Still in the midst of this so-called expansion, which isn't much. It really isn't much. 786 is also has support in here. I know that there's some support in him. 786, at least off the 1 hour time frame. I can see it. 1 hour time frame is starting to squeeze, so this could not be the play right here again, and it could be um, validating or invalidating the bullish divergence to take the liquidity down here again for this area right in here, which is also a golden pocket retracement right here. So that could again make more sense. Don't do anything there and does something here. I'm not just focusing on this by itself. They're both momentum. And if one is going and the other one isn't, something's wrong. Something is wrong. But no large retracement is going to work for me. You can back test. It did it right here. It did that large candle right there and back tested. So I don't mind that. I'm not, but I mean, it is support. If I was looking at it from a 1 hour perspective, I can see a support on the 1 hour. I can see it right there. But 1 hour is starting to compress. But uh, that is kind of trying to hold that. And I don't know that there was, again, anything else in here that was trying to indicate that it's still chopping. What was I looking at? I know I looked at that. Okay, so that broke down. Great. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, that can still hold. Okay. So still vital. Still vital. I really don't care to use those, but still vital. Ooh, what did I do? We flat. Okay, so we might be bottoming. Um, a second discrepancy. I really don't need this right now. I'm gonna turn this off. Uh, right there. She's going. Stop loss below low. If you're not waiting for the candle to close, then you would be stop loss below the low. You can be all the way on the low, as far as I'm concerned. We'll have to contend with resistance if you're not waiting for it to close. You will have to contend with resistance. And let's just say we got back into here, or to take, I guess objectively, you would want to take that liquidity right there. Actually, liquidity right here. You would want to take that liquidity. Assuming that we're breaking out of here and going up. If you're not waiting on the close, that's how you would set it. We didn't even get above here just yet. Didn't even get above that candle, that indecision candle. Interesting. That is interesting. All right. I have not entered. I'm just letting you know that I have not entered. Have patience. So I'm waiting. At least. Why? Why? Yeah, it's not even getting above that indecision candle. Should be an easy move to get above that indecision candle right there. And we're not getting above that indecision candle. So that's a problem. Automatically, that's a problem. So no strength in that move right there. I would kill it. There's no strength. You got indecision. You got a large body candle followed by indecision inside range, and you can't even get above the indecision candle. So no decision. No decision about this move just yet. Should at least have some strength coming into here. So I'm gonna wait. I want that closure. I want to confirm that we're showing some strength in here. Closure above here. At least if it invalidates me to not be invalidated properly, um, with the failure of this information that I have in here. Otherwise, I'm waiting on this right here to take place right here and see what we look like on that in that regard. After liquidity sweep. After liquidity sweep. So I'm gonna leave it at that, guys. That's all you pretty much need to watch for. If you DGN, just be careful. And where you put your stop is your business. I just know that until we showing some sort of valid strength, we got like 6 minutes left in here, and failure to move above, then it's nicer to be invalidated quickly than to spread this down to here, something like that. Like that's too much for me. I don't like it. Nope, I don't like it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't like it. So I'm gonna leave you with that. If it starts to make sense in here, then it's worth it. Right now, I'm sitting out. I'm waiting. We are still not being able to get above that indecision candle. That's a big problem. We're still expanding until we do get above that. Indecision candle is still expanding. So we're still trading outside of standard deviation too in that regard. So it could be a nothing burger, just some attempts in here because of the psychological level, continuation down, take liquidity, and then see what we look like once we come down into here. Golden pocket again is what that's going to be if that happens. That is a golden pocket. And you will have taken some liquidity. So be looking for an SFP into golden pocket for this to maintain right here. And then at least you have a better risk to reward also, just in case it comes up and wants to continue to hit resistance from this trend line right here, and just flat out, for 1 hour wants to give a little bit more, because at that in that event, this bullish divergence that we're seeing from right here, which we're not confirming yet because we're not getting to move up. So this bullish divvy in here would be invalidated. And, the math would just be the math at that point. So like I said, it would be something like this right here. So we're still, yeah, we're not showing any signs of strength right now. It's just not showing any signs of strength. Failure to get above another candle high. It's not showing any signs of strength for me. So I'm going to leave it at that. And I just know what I'm looking at in here. If you start to see it, then you could get interested in a long position. I would secure myself just in case. In here, like I said, this resistance proves itself to hold up and not break above, to come take the liquidity at the top. Or, like I said, down in here is what I would wait for. In here, I have to run, and I know I'm not going to take that trade because it doesn't look strong. And I will see you tomorrow. But I will update on X also at some point. But I got a doctor's appointment, so love and appreciate it. And until next time, take care.